A deep rumble of thunder rolls across a darkening sky. That sound, for ancient people, was not just weather. It was the echo of a god's chariot, the herald of a protector who stood between humanity and chaos. Tonight, we journey into the heart of Norse mythology, into the epic sleep stories of Thor, the god of thunder. By the end, you will hold the complete saga of this beloved hero, from his birth among the gods to his world-shaking final battle. We will uncover why a giant once stole his magical hammer and how a simple fishing trip nearly ended the world. I invite you to get comfortable wherever you are listening from and whatever the hour is there. Let the outside world fade as we step into the realm of legend. What does true strength look like when the universe itself is at stake? The world of Thor is not a single land, but a vast cosmic architecture. Picture, if you will, a great ash tree of impossible size, its roots delving into the deepest wells of wisdom and its branches cradling the stars. This is Yggdrasil, the world tree. Its trunk is the central pillar of existence, and hanging from its mighty limbs are 9 distinct worlds, each a realm unto itself. Our story unfolds within this interconnected web, where the fate of one realm can tremble the leaves of all the others. High among the upper branches gleams Asgard, a fortress city of shimmering towers and golden halls, home to the Aesir gods like Odin and Frigg, and of course Thor. It is a realm of order, craftsmanship, and divine law. Though the gods who live there are far from perfect, they scheme, they quarrel, they love, and they fear. Directly connected to Asgard by a rainbow bridge called Bifrost is our own world, Midgard, the Middle Realm, a land of humans, forests, and oceans, encircled by a vast, impassable ocean. And in the frozen, mountainous lands to the east, in a realm called Jotunheim, dwell the giants. They are not mere oversized brutes, but ancient elemental forces of chaos, of untamed wilderness, and of primal frost. They represent the raw, unpredictable power of the cosmos that constantly seeks to overrun the ordered realms of gods and humans. This is the fundamental tension of Norse mythology, a perpetual cold war simmering just beyond the walls of Asgard. The gods build, the giants seek to break. The gods create society, the giants embody the storm that would scatter it. And in this endless struggle, one god stands eternally on the wall, his gaze fixed on the horizon where chaos gathers. Thor is not just a god of thunder, he is the defender of this delicate cosmic balance. His entire purpose is to hold the line, to keep the crushing frost of Jotunheim from spilling into the green fields of Midgard and the shining towers of Asgard. Every journey he takes, every giant he battles, is about preserving this fragile world tree from being torn apart. So when you hear his hammer strike, it is not merely a clap of weather, it is the sound of the universe's border being reinforced. But who is this defender, born to stand between the worlds? His strength flows from a heritage that binds the heavens to the earth. Thor is the son of Odin, the All-Father, the one-eyed seeker of wisdom and ruler of Asgard. Yet his power finds a different, more grounded source in his mother. She is known by many names, often called Jord or Efjörgen, and she is not merely a goddess, she is the living embodiment of the earth itself. Think of that for a moment. Thor is literally a child of the Sky Father and the planet. This divine lineage explains everything about him. From Odin, he inherits his place among the ruling Aesir and a sense of cosmic duty. But from his mother, the solid, unyielding earth, he draws his immense physical power, his steadfastness, and his deep protective connection to Midgard, the world of humanity. He is not a distant, aloof deity. He is fundamentally of this world, its soil and stone given thunderous voice. This places him in a unique and sometimes complicated family. His half-brothers include figures of light and shadow. There is the beloved Balder, the god of light and purity, whose tragic story is one of the saddest in the Norse canon. And then there is Loki, the shape-shifting trickster, a blood brother to Odin but a constant source of chaos. Loki is a relative, an ally in some adventures, and yet the architect of the gods' greatest troubles. Thor's own household is a pillar of Asgard. He is married to Sif, a goddess famed for her hair of flowing gold, said to represent fields of ripe wheat. She is a symbol of fertility and growth, a perfect counterpart to Thor's stormy might. Together they have a family, including two remarkable sons, Magni and Modi, whose names mean mighty and wrath. These young gods inherit their father's colossal strength and fiery spirit, and prophecy holds that they will be among the very few to survive the final twilight of Ragnarok, ensuring that Thor's legacy endures beyond the end of all things. So Thor is not a lone warrior. He is a son, a brother, a husband, and a father, woven into the very fabric of the divine family, with all the loyalty, rivalry, and love that entails. His battles are fought not just for glory, but for his home and his kin. Yet a god is only as mighty as the tools he wields, and Thor's legend is inseparable from one iconic object, the hammer Mjolnir. Its story begins not with a solemn act of creation, but with a trick and a bet. Loki, ever the provocateur, had foolishly cut off the beautiful golden hair of Thor's wife, Sif. To avoid Thor's wrath, Loki promised to replace it, traveling to the master craftsman of the dwarves. He commissioned not only golden hair that would grow like real wheat, but also other gifts, including a magical ship for Freyr and a mighty spear for Odin. But seeing the dwarves' incredible skill, Loki's pride got the better of him. He boasted to two other dwarf brothers, Brokkr and Eitri, that they could never match such craftsmanship. Insulted, they accepted a wager, staking their heads that they could create treasures even more magnificent. Loki, confident he could sabotage their work, agreed. As the brothers worked their forge, Loki transformed into a biting fly, stinging Brokkr relentlessly as he pumped the bellows. Despite the pain, the dwarf persevered, and from the furnace emerged 3 wonders, the greatest of which was the hammer Mjolnir. It was a weapon of perfect power, forged in the heart of a star, with one crucial flaw: the handle was strangely short, a result of Loki's interference. Yet this very imperfection made it uniquely Thor's. The hammer required 2 sacred items to be wielded properly: the iron glove's Jarngripr, which allowed Thor to grasp its searing haft, and the belt Mejingjöth, which when buckled, doubled his already colossal strength. With these, Thor could summon storms, shatter mountains with a single blow, and no matter how far he threw Mjolnir, it would always unerringly return to his waiting hand. More than a weapon, Mjolnir became the ultimate symbol of protection and divine authority in the Norse world. It was so revered that people wore small hammer pendants for blessing and safety, a direct challenge to the cross as Christianity spread. The hammer was not just a tool of destruction, it was an instrument of consecration, used to hallow marriages, births, and sacred spaces, a reminder that true strength defends and sanctifies life. So when Thor raised Mjolnir, he was not merely preparing for battle, he was upholding the very order of the cosmos. But what happens when this symbol of ultimate security is suddenly, terrifyingly gone? His physical form is a walking declaration of his purpose. Thor possesses a build of such immense scale and power that he seems carved from the very mountains he defends. His hair and his great flowing beard are the color of flame or burnished copper, a vibrant red that mirrors the forge fires that birthed his hammer. When his temper rises, which is often, his eyes do not just glare, they flash with the same brilliant, dangerous light that splits the sky during a summer storm. Among all the gods of Asgard, his strength is singular, the benchmark against which all other power is measured. He is not a subtle strategist like his father Odin, nor a silver-tongued trickster like Loki. Thor is the blunt, undeniable force of nature personified. This raw, protective might is mirrored in everything that belongs to him. He wears the simple, functional garb of a warrior who expects to wade into battle at any moment. His belt Mejingjöth is not for adornment but for function, a simple strip of enchanted iron that, when clasped, floods his limbs with doubled power. His iron gloves, Jarngripr, are forged to withstand the searing grip of Mjolnir's short handle, and his mode of travel is as thunderous as his arrival. He does not walk quietly. He rides a chariot of roaring noise and celestial fury, pulled across the heavens by 2 magical goats. Their names are Tengrisnir and Tengjuster, which translate roughly to Tooth Gnasher and Tooth Grinder, a perfect hint at their temperament. These are not gentle creatures. They are relentless, powerful, and possess a strange, grim magic all their own. When Thor travels on long journeys across the realms, he has been known to slaughter his own goats for food at night. Then, with careful ritual, he lays their bones and hides upon their skins, raises his hammer Mjolnir, and blesses the remains. In the morning, the goats stand again, fully resurrected, ready to pull the chariot once more, so long as every single bone is intact. This act is a profound demonstration of his nature. He is a god of immense destructive power, yet that power is coupled with a sacred responsibility for renewal and protection. His entire being, from his fiery beard to the bleating of his goats, is an announcement, a promise written in muscle and storm, that chaos will find him standing in its way. But this cosmic defender does not spend his days in peace within Asgard's golden halls. His purpose lies beyond the Rainbow Bridge, in a land of jagged ice and crushing stone. The Jotnar, the giants, are not a single enemy but a vast race of ancient elemental beings, the very embodiment of the untamed world that existed before order. They are the forces of primal chaos, and their realm Jotunheim is a sprawling, inhospitable wilderness of eternal frost, towering peaks, and deep echoing chasms. Among them are the frost giants, born from the first rime that formed on the void, their breath a blizzard and their hearts as cold as the deepest glacier. There are mountain giants, beings of living rock and grinding earth, whose slow tectonic movements can reshape the land itself. These are Thor's eternal foes, and his primary role in the cosmos is brutally simple, to journey into their lands and smash their heads with Mjolnir. Yet these conflicts are far more than simple tales of violence. They are the Norse world's explanation for the very forces of nature that surrounded them. When dark storm clouds gather on the horizon, when thunder booms and lightning cracks the sky, that is not mere weather. That is Thor, riding his goat-drawn chariot across the heavens, hurling his hammer at a giant who dared to threaten the ordered realms. The rolling thunder is the rumble of his chariot wheels. The brilliant lightning is the flash of Mjolnir in flight. Every summer storm is a battle in the sky, a visible, audible reminder that the god of strength is constantly at work, holding back the encroaching frost and chaos. So these journeys are not raids for glory, they are essential maintenance of the cosmic balance. Each giant slain, each fortress toppled, is a victory for light over darkness, for warmth over cold, for the fragile world of farms and families over the howling, indifferent wilderness. Thor's ceaseless vigilance is what allows the sun to rise on Midgard and the fires to burn in the halls of Asgard. But what does such a journey actually look like? What happens when the protector leaves his wall and ventures directly into the heart of the enemy's domain? This partnership between order and chaos often rode in the same chariot. For all his world-shaking power, Thor rarely journeyed alone into the lands of the giants. His most frequent companion was also his greatest source of trouble, the trickster god Loki. Their bond was a complicated knot of blood oath and bitter necessity, a friendship forged in shared adventure but constantly tested by betrayal. Where Thor was straightforward force, a hammer against any problem, Loki was the whisper in the dark, the clever solution, the path around the impossible wall. He was the one who could talk their way into a giant's fortress when Thor would have simply smashed the gate, and he was the one whose silver tongue could often get them back out again, though usually by weaving an even more tangled web of lies. This made them an oddly effective team, a divine partnership of brawn and brains, but with a fundamental, dangerous flaw. Thor's loyalty was as solid as the earth, while Loki's allegiance shifted like smoke. The trickster was bound to Thor by oath, a blood brother to Odin himself, yet he seemed driven by a need to stir the pot, to test limits and watch the chaos unfold, even if it meant endangering his companions. Their travels together became the stuff of legendary sleep stories, epic sagas where heroism was constantly undercut by mischief. In one famous tale, the two gods are traveling in Thor's chariot and come to the house of a humble farmer for the night. To provide a meal, Thor does what he often does. He slaughters his two magical goats. He instructs the farmer's family to eat their fill, but warns them, with grave seriousness, not to break a single bone. They must place all the bones neatly on the goatskins. The family feasts, but the farmer's son, a boy named Thjalfi, cannot resist the rich marrow inside one of the thigh bones. He cracks it open with his knife. The next morning, Thor raises his hammer Mjolnir to resurrect the goats. The blessing works, but one goat stands up lame, its leg broken. Thor's rage is instant, a storm contained within the small farmhouse. The family trembles, knowing their lives are forfeit. It is Loki who intervenes, not out of pure kindness, but with a cunning negotiation. He suggests the farmer's children, Thjalfi and his sister Roskva, be given to Thor as servants to atone for the crime. Thor agrees, taking the two capable humans into his service, and the goats are healed. In this single story, you see their dynamic perfectly. Thor's action is direct, his wrath is terrifying and absolute. Loki's action is indirect, a sly manipulation that turns a disaster into a strategic gain, acquiring loyal followers. Yet the initial problem, the boy's disobedience, is the kind of unpredictable flaw that Loki himself embodies and often engineers. This push and pull defines their every shared adventure. Loki provides the clever idea that gets them into the giant's stronghold, and then he provides the even cleverer, more dangerous idea to escape. He is the one who suggests Thor disguise himself as a bride to steal back his hammer. He is the one who devises the plan to retrieve Thor's stolen weapon by appealing to a giant's pride. Time and again, Thor's success depends on Loki's cunning, making the god of thunder reliant on the very source of his greatest frustrations. This creates a profound depth to Thor's character. He is not a mindless brute. He is a leader who must constantly manage a brilliant, volatile ally. He trusts Loki because he has to, because the trickster's mind sees solutions his hammer cannot smash. But that trust is always tempered with a wary eye, the knowledge that the knife in the dark could come from the friend at his side. Their relationship is the engine of so many myths, a compelling mix of camaraderie and conflict that asks a timeless question: how far can you trust the cleverest person you know, especially when their cleverness has no moral compass? This tension would eventually build toward a breaking point, one that involved not just a stolen hammer, but the very fate of the gods. The most humbling of these journeys began with a simple boast. Thor, Loki, and their two human servants, Thjalfi and Röskva, were traveling through a bleak, mist-shrouded landscape when they sought shelter for the night in a strange, cavernous hall. Its entrance was a gaping maw, and inside they found only emptiness and echoing wind. In the middle of the night, the earth trembled with monstrous roars and quakes. The group retreated to a side chamber in fear, clutching their weapons as the cacophony shook the very stones. At dawn's first light, Thor ventured out to find the source, and there, sleeping in a nearby forest, was a giant of such staggering size that his snores had become the thunder of the night. This was Skrymir, and he awoke with a friendly, if overwhelming, demeanor. He offered to travel with them, carrying all their provisions in his own massive knapsack. By that evening, when they stopped to rest, Skrymir fell instantly into a sleep so deep that Thor could not even wake him to open the food sack. Enraged, Thor raised a Mjolnir and struck the giant squarely on the forehead. Skrymir merely stirred in his sleep, mumbled something about a leaf falling on his head, and began snoring again. Twice more Thor struck with all his divine might, and twice more the giant slept on, complaining of an acorn and then a twig. At dawn, Skrymir simply stood, pointed toward a distant castle on the horizon called Utgard, and advised them that the giants there were far bigger and stronger than he. Then he vanished into the mist, leaving them to wonder if they had been in the presence of an illusion all along. The castle Utgard loomed before them, its gates so colossal they had to squeeze between the bars to enter. Inside the great hall sat the king himself, Utgard Loki, a figure of immense and mocking power. He greeted them with cold amusement, declaring that no one of their small stature could possibly be the famous god of thunder. To stay as guests, he said, they must each prove themselves in a contest of skill. Loki, always hungry, stepped forward first. He boasted he could eat faster than anyone in the hall. The king called forth a giant named Logi, and a great wooden trough filled with meat was placed between them. Loki set to work with furious speed, stripping the meat from the bones and devouring everything in his path. But when he finished, he looked across and saw that Logi had not only eaten all the meat, he had consumed the bones and the wooden trough itself. Loki had been beaten by a force whose name meant wildfire. Next, young Thjalfi, famed for his speed, raced against a giant named Hugi. Thjalfi ran like the wind, but Hugi was so swift he reached the finish line, turned, and ran back to meet Thjalfi halfway. He had been racing against thought itself. Then it was Thor's turn. The king challenged him first to a drinking contest. A massive, curved horn was brought forth, and Utgard Loki said that a true giant could drain it in one swallow, a good man in two, and only the weakest needed three. Thor, thirsty from his journey, put the horn to his lips and drank deeply. He drank until his lungs burned, but when he lowered the horn, the level had barely dropped. A second titanic gulp, and again, only a small amount was gone. A third desperate attempt left the horn still more than half full. The hall erupted in laughter. Next, the king dared Thor to lift his pet cat from the floor. Thor strode over, slid his hands under the gray cat's belly, and heaved. The cat merely arched its back. Straining with every ounce of his godly strength, Thor managed to lift just one of the creature's paws from the ground. The laughter in the hall grew deafening. Finally, enraged and humiliated, Thor demanded a wrestling match. The king, smirking, called for his old nurse, an elderly woman named Ellie. Thor grappled with her, but the harder he pushed, the more unyielding she became. His feet slipped, his knees buckled, and with a final, gentle shove, the old woman brought the god of thunder to one knee. Defeated, utterly shamed, Thor and his companions were given shelter for the night, and in the morning the king walked them out of Utgard. But outside the gates, Utgard Loki's mocking smile faded into something like wary respect. He revealed the truth. Every challenge had been a colossal illusion, a test of magic designed to humble the great god. The giant Skrymir on the road had been Utgard Loki himself, using magic to make the mountains around them seem like a glove. When Thor struck his head, the hammer blows had actually shattered 3 entire mountain valleys, which the giant had disguised as mere dips in the landscape. As for the contests, Loki had faced wildfire, which consumes everything. Thjalfi had raced against thought, which outruns all. Thor's drinking horn had its tip plunged into the sea itself, and his 3 mighty gulps had created the ocean's tides. The cat was no pet, but the Midgard serpent that encircles the whole world, and in lifting one paw, Thor had nearly pulled the cosmic beast from the ocean floor. In the old nurse, Ellie was old age itself, whom no one, not even a god, can ever defeat. You came closer than any being ever has, the giant king admitted, and for that you must never return here. With that, Utgard Loki and his entire castle vanished into the mountain mist, leaving Thor standing in an empty plain. His pride wounded, but his true world-altering power finally understood. The journey had been a lesson in perception, a reminder that even the mightiest can be deceived, and that some forces, like time and the vast sea, are beyond even a god's total control. Yet it also proved that Thor's strength could shake the very pillars of the world. What would happen, then, when a giant decided to steal the source of that strength, not to test it, but to destroy it forever? A god's greatest fear is not a stronger enemy, but a world left undefended. One morning, Thor awoke to find his hall empty of its heart. Mjolnir was gone. The panic that swept through Asgard was not just about a missing weapon. It was a primal terror, the sudden vulnerability of every realm. Without the hammer, the giants would grow bold, the walls between worlds would grow thin, and the long night would begin to creep in. The gods gathered in urgent council, their faces grim. It was Loki, of course, who discovered the culprit. Borrowing Freyja's magical cloak of falcon feathers, he flew across the realms until he came to the hall of a giant named Thrym. There, sitting on a throne as if it were his own, was Mjolnir. Thrym greeted Loki with a smug grin. Yes, he had stolen the hammer, and he had buried it 8 miles deep in the earth. And he would only return it on one condition: the goddess Freyja must be given to him as his bride. Loki flew back with the impossible demand. Freyja's reaction was immediate and volcanic. Her fury shook the very walls of her hall, and she refused so vehemently that the torque around her neck, the symbol of her power, shattered. The gods were at an impasse, paralyzed. Without Freyja, they could not get the hammer back. Without the hammer, they could not protect Freyja or anyone else. It was Loki, the architect of so many problems, who proposed the most absurd solution. His voice was calm, almost amused, as he laid out the plan. Thor must go to Jotunheim, but he would not go as himself. He must dress as Freyja, the bride, with Loki himself disguised as his clever handmaid. Thor roared in protest. The idea was an insult, a humiliation beyond bearing. To wear a bridal gown, to pretend to be a goddess, it was unthinkable for the god of thunder. But the other gods, led by the wise Heimdall, saw no other path. Slowly, reluctantly, Thor was persuaded. The fate of the cosmos rested on a performance. The transformation was both comical and strangely solemn. They dressed Thor in a long, flowing bridal gown, its fabric straining over his massive shoulders. A delicate veil was draped over his fiery red beard and hair. Around his neck they placed Freyja's most famous treasure, the glittering necklace of the Brisingamen. To complete the disguise, they hung keys from his belt, the traditional symbol of a Norse housewife. Loki, for his part, put on a simple maid's dress and prepared to do all the talking. Together, they climbed into Thor's goat-drawn chariot, and with a rumble that was anything but ladylike, they set off for Thrym's hall in Jotunheim. The journey itself was a study in tension, with Thor grumbling and gripping the chariot rails, his knuckles white, while Loki practiced his lines and tried to suppress a smirk. When they arrived, the giant Thrym was overjoyed. He had prepared a lavish wedding feast in his great drafty hall. He led his veiled bride to the seat of honor, marveling at her size and her piercing eyes, which he thought burned with passion for him. The feast began, and the comedy of errors reached its peak. Thrym, wanting to please his new wife, ordered platters of food brought before her. They placed an entire roasted ox, 8 whole salmon, and countless other delicacies in front of the disguised god. Thor, who was always hungry, forgot himself entirely. In one sitting, he devoured the entire ox, all 8 salmon, and washed it down with 3 entire barrels of mead. The giants stared in stunned silence. Thrym leaned over to his handmaid, Loki, and whispered, "Has anyone ever seen a bride eat with such terrifying hunger?" Loki, thinking fast, bowed his head and explained in a soothing voice, "My lady Freyja has not eaten for 8 full days. So great was her longing to be here in Jotunheim with you, great Thrym." The giant, flattered and foolish, accepted the lie. His curiosity piqued again. He lifted the edge of Thor's veil to steal a kiss. He jumped back in shock. "Why are Freyja's eyes so fierce? They burn like fire." Loki was ready. "My lady has not slept for 8 nights, so great was her longing for you. Her eyes are alight with love and desire." Convinced once more, the love-struck giant called for the sacred ceremony to begin. He commanded that the hammer of Thor be brought forth to hallow the bride, to bless their union. This was the moment. Servants struggled to carry the massive weapon into the hall and lay it in the bride's lap. As the cold, familiar weight of Mjolnir settled onto the gown, Thor's heart hammered in his chest. His fingers closed around the short, leather-wrapped handle. In an instant, the veil was torn away. The gown seemed to explode from within, and there stood the god of thunder in all his furious glory, his red beard blazing and his eyes flashing with lightning. The first blow took Thrym, smashing his skull before the giant's smile had even faded. The next blows fell upon the wedding guests, a storm of divine vengeance unleashed inside the hall. Thor and Loki fought back to back, the hammer ringing against bone and stone until not a single giant in Thrym's hall was left standing. Then, with the hammer safely back in his grip, Thor walked out into the cold air of Jotunheim, the balance of the world restored with brutal finality. This wild, humorous, and ultimately violent story is perhaps the most beloved of all Thor's myths because it reveals a profound truth. The hammer was not just a tool, it was the linchpin of reality. The gods were willing to endure the ultimate humiliation, to risk their greatest warrior in a ridiculous charade, because without Mjolnir, they were not gods at all. They were just potential victims waiting for the giants to arrive. This tale underscores that Thor's value was not merely in his strength, but in his willingness to become the instrument of salvation, no matter the cost to his pride. Yet this was not the only time his strength would be tested against the impossible, nor was it the only time his journey would bring him face to face with the world's most ancient terror. The greatest catch in all the cosmos began as a simple fishing trip. Thor, ever restless, decided to visit the giant Hymir, who was famed for his deep-sea fishing. He arrived at Hymir's hall by the shore, and the giant, though wary of his divine guest, agreed to take him out on the boat the next morning, provided Thor could find his own bait. That night, Thor did something that shocked even the hardened giant. He walked into Hymir's pasture, selected the largest, finest ox and tore its head clean off with his bare hands. The next morning, he carried the massive ox head down to the boat as his bait. Hymir rowed them far out to sea, past the usual fishing grounds, to where the water was a dark, bottomless blue. The giant caught 2 whales on his own lines, a feat of ordinary fishing, but Thor was not fishing for whales. He was hunting for something far older and more terrible. He baited his own enormous hook with the ox head, cast his line over the side, and let it sink down into the lightless depths where the ocean floor meets the roots of the world. The line went taut. Something had taken the bait, and it was not just large, it was of a scale that defied comprehension. Thor planted his feet against the bottom of the boat, his muscles straining against the divine cord. He began to pull hand over hand, a god engaged in a tug of war with the abyss itself. The sea around them began to churn and boil. Hymir watched in mounting terror as the water bulged upward, a great dark dome rising beneath their tiny boat. Then it broke the surface. It was the head of Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent. Its body was so vast it encircled the entire world, biting its own tail, and here was its gaping maw, each fang like a mountain peak, its eyes like cold, dead stars. Venom and seawater poured from its jaws, and its hiss was the sound of a glacier cracking across a continent. Thor had done the impossible. He had hooked the world-encircling beast and was hauling its monstrous head into the sky. He reached for his hammer Mjolnir, his fingers tightening around the handle. This was the moment. He would end the serpent here and now, shatter the omen of its existence before the prophesied final battle. But as he drew his arm back for the death blow, Hymir, utterly shattered by fear, acted. The giant saw only the annihilation of himself, the boat, and perhaps all of Midgard in the serpent's thrashing death throes. In a panic, he snatched up his fishing knife and slashed through Thor's line. The tension vanished. With a roar that shook the heavens, the colossal serpent plunged back into the depths, its hateful eyes locking with Thor's for one last second before it disappeared into the black water. The chance was lost. Thor's rage was so immense he struck Hymir, sending the giant tumbling overboard, and then he waded back to shore alone. This was not a mere fishing story. It was a glimpse of the inevitable. That day on the boat, Thor came within a hammer's swing of changing fate itself. He saw his ultimate enemy, and the serpent saw the god destined to end it. Their struggle was a preview, a single frozen moment from the final reel of destiny, proving that some battles are so deeply woven into the fabric of the world that not even a god can cut them loose. Even the strongest shield can be cracked. After the humiliation of Utgard and the triumph over Thrym, Thor's reputation as the giant's bane was absolute, a fact that only fueled their desire to see him fall. This desire found its champion in a giant named Hrungnir, a being of pure, petrified malice who was declared the strongest of all the giants. His body was not of flesh and blood, but of living stone, a craggy, towering monolith with a heart that was a cold, sharp-cornered block of flint. His head was a helmet of solid rock, and his shield was a vast slab of granite. For a weapon, he wielded something uniquely terrifying, a massive whetstone, the kind used to sharpen axes and swords, but on a scale fit for a mountain. He had been goaded into a challenge, his pride stoked by the ever-present Loki, who had drunkenly boasted in the giant's hall about the speed of Odin's 8-legged horse. A furious race to Asgard's very gates ensued, leading to an uneasy truce and Hrungnir being invited inside as a guest, where his threats and boasts grew ever louder. He swore he would destroy Asgard, kill all the gods except the goddesses Freyja and Sif, whom he would keep for himself. The Aesir had heard enough, they called for Thor. The duel was arranged on the borderlands between the worlds, a neutral ground of hard-packed earth and stone. Hrungnir stood immovable, his stone shield planted before him, his whetstone weapon held high. He was not alone, he had brought a companion, a giant of clay so vast it required 3 hearts to animate it, a crude, trembling golem named Makarkalfi. As Thor approached in his chariot, the thunder echoing his arrival, the clay giant took one look at the flashing-eyed god, soiled itself in terror, and refused to move. The battle would be between the 2 champions alone. Hrungnir, knowing Mjolnir's unerring return, made a strategic move. He stood upon his stone shield, lifting his feet from the ground, and raised his whetstone to throw. Thor did not hesitate. He hurled his hammer with a roar that split the air. At the same instant, Hrungnir flung his own weapon. The 2 projectiles met in mid-air with a cataclysmic crack. The whetstone, hard as it was, shattered into 1,000 fragments against the divine might of Mjolnir, but the victory was not clean. One large, sharp piece of the shattered stone flew straight forward and embedded itself deep in Thor's forehead. At the same moment, Mjolnir carried through its path, crushing the stone giant's skull into gravel. Hrungnir fell, a landslide of a being collapsing to the earth. But in his fall, he did not simply fall aside. His massive, stony legs swung over and pinned Thor to the ground beneath the immense weight of the corpse. The god of thunder lay trapped, wounded, the shard of whetstone throbbing in his skull, and the dead weight of his greatest foe holding him down. The other gods rushed forward, but none could lift the giant's leg. Not Odin with all his wisdom, not Tyr with his famed courage. The stone was too heavy, the magic of the giants formed too dense. It was then that a figure arrived, not a full-grown god, but a child. Thor's own son, Magni, whose name meant mighty. He was only 3 nights old, a toddler by the measure of the gods, but the power that flowed in his veins was pure and unbridled. He walked up to the scene, looked at his father pinned under the giant, and without a word, he simply lifted. He grasped the colossal stone leg and heaved it off Thor as if it were a fallen tree branch. His first words to his father were not of concern, but of casual, breathtaking strength. He said it was a pity he had not come sooner, for he would have easily killed the giant with his own fists. In that moment, the future of the gods was revealed. Thor, the present defender, was vulnerable, fallible, capable of being wounded and trapped, but his lineage held a power even greater than his own, a promise that the defense of the cosmos would not end with him. Magni's effortless strength was a comfort and a prophecy, a glimpse of the new generation that would one day inherit a world forever changed by the twilight to come. Yet even in his own hall, Thor's protection was not always a matter of brute force. There came a night when a visitor arrived not with a roar, but with a legal claim. A dwarf named Alvis, whose name meant all-wise, stood before the god of thunder. He was small, even for a dwarf, but he carried himself with an unshakable certainty. He had come, he declared, to claim his bride. In some versions of the tale, it was Thor's own daughter, Thrud, whose name meant strength. In others, it was a sister or a ward under his protection. Regardless, Alvis insisted a promise had been made long ago by the other gods in Thor's absence, and he was here to collect. Thor looked upon the dwarf, his brow furrowed. He saw not a physical threat, but a different kind of danger, a binding oath that could not be simply smashed away. To break a sworn promise would dishonor the gods and unravel the very law he was sworn to uphold. But to allow this being of stone and shadow to take a member of his family into the deep, sunless places of the earth was unthinkable. A direct refusal was impossible, but a clever delay was not. Thor's eyes, usually flashing with lightning, now held a calculated gleam. He nodded slowly, as if considering the dwarf's claim. "You have traveled far, Alvis," he rumbled, his voice deceptively calm. "And your reputation for wisdom reaches even here. But before I bless this union, I must be certain of your worth. A bride of such value deserves a husband of profound knowledge. Tell me, if you are all wise as your name claims, what is the earth called in each of the 9 realms?" The dwarf, proud and eager to prove himself, puffed out his chest. "A simple test," he said. "To men, it is earth. To the Aesir in Asgard, it is the land. The Vanir call it the field, and the giants name it the evergreen. In the realm of the elves, it is the growing, and among the dwarves under the mountains, we know it as the ground." Thor nodded again, as if impressed. "In the sky above us, what do the peoples of the worlds call it?" Alvis did not hesitate, his voice taking on a rhythmic, scholarly tone. "The heaven, the height, the weaving of winds, the upworld, the fair roof, and the dripping hall." One by one, Thor posed his questions, each one a thread in a net of words. He asked for the names of the moon, the sun, the clouds, the wind, and the fire. For each, the dwarf Alvis provided a litany of terms, the language of gods, elves, giants, and dwarves flowing from him in a steady, proud stream. He named the moon the whirling wheel, the shining gift, the counter of years. He called the sun Everglow all bright and Dvalin's delight. The night wore on, and Thor listened with a patient stone-like stillness, his massive hands resting on his knees. He asked about the forest, the sea, the calm, and the beer in the drinking horn. Alvis answered every one, his voice growing quicker, more confident, sure of his victory. He did not notice the subtle change in the air, the faintest lightening of the deep blue beyond the high windows of the hall. He did not see the way Thor's gaze occasionally flickered toward the eastern horizon. Finally, as the dwarf finished reciting the 9 names for peace, Thor leaned forward, a slow smile touching his lips. "One last question, wise one," he said, his voice a low rumble. "Tell me, what do the races call that which now comes, that which ends all debate and seals all bargains?" Alvis, caught in the rhythm of his own knowledge, opened his mouth to answer. He spoke the names, the bright destroyer, the daymaker, the awakener. But as he uttered the final word, the first spear of true sunlight pierced the high window of the hall. It struck the dwarf where he stood. A look of sudden, horrified understanding washed over his face, but it was too late. The radiance touched his feet, then his legs, then climbed his body. Where the light fell, his flesh did not burn, it hardened and darkened. In moments where the all-wise dwarf had stood, there was only a statue of rough gray stone, forever caught in a posture of scholarly recitation. Thor let out a long, slow breath, the tension draining from his shoulders. He had protected his family, upheld the law, and defeated a cunning foe, all without ever lifting his hammer. He had used the enemy's own pride as a weapon, and the ancient, unbreakable rules of nature as his ally. It was a victory of patience over power, a reminder that the defender of the gods could be clever when the situation demanded it. This quiet, tactical triumph stood in stark contrast to the battles that shook the heavens, but it was no less essential, for the greatest threats are not always the loudest, and sometimes the most powerful defense is simply knowing how to make the sun rise. Even the trickster could be caught in a snare of his own making. Loki, in one of his restless moods, had taken the form of a great eagle and flown to the borders of Jotunheim, where he spied the hall of a giant named Gerther. Ever curious and ever hungry for advantage, Loki swooped down, perhaps to spy, perhaps to steal. But Gerther was no fool. He saw the eagle for what it was, a shape-shifting intruder, and he captured the bird god, trapping him in a cage. For days Loki was held, his pride as wounded as his freedom was lost. To secure his release, he made a desperate bargain. He swore an oath, a promise sealed with the gravity of a god's word, that he would bring Thor to Gerther's hall. In not the full might of Thor, but a hobbled version, Loki promised that the god of thunder would come without his hammer Mjolnir, without his strength-doubling belt Midgard, and without his protective iron gloves. It was a betrayal of staggering magnitude, delivering his companion into a trap with his hands tied. Loki returned to Asgard, the the weight of his oath hanging on him, and with lies and persuasion, he convinced Thor to accompany him on a visit to this new giant, omitting the deadly conditions of the promise. Thor, ever trusting of his chaotic friend, agreed. The two set out, but the road to Geirröðr's fortress was a path through a landscape of whispering danger. Word of their journey reached the ears of a giantess named Gryðr, a figure who stood apart from the hostility of her kin. She met Thor along the way, her face etched with concern. She revealed the truth of Loki's oath and the trap that awaited. Geirröðr was not planning a friendly feast, he was planning a murder. But Gryðr did not just bring a warning, she brought gifts. From her own stores, she gave Thor a pair of iron gloves, a sturdy staff of power called Gryðrvöllur, and a belt of might. They were not the equal of his own divine gear, but they were a lifeline, tools that would mean the difference between survival and annihilation. Armed with this borrowed strength and the grim knowledge of betrayal, Thor continued on, with Loki slinking silently beside him. The first true test came not at the giant's hall, but at the river he must cross. The waters, normally a clear mountain flow, had been enchanted by one of Geirröðr's daughters, a giantess who waded upstream. She had raised the river into a torrent, not of water, but of a potent and dangerous magic, a surging flood of menstrual blood, a force meant to sap a god's vitality and drown him in impurity. The current was furious, threatening to tear Thor from his footing. He braced himself with Gryðr's staff, planting it firmly on the riverbed. Then, with a defiant roar, he did not try to swim against the tide. He pushed outward. Using the staff's power, he thrust against the very stone walls of the river canyon, forcing them apart, holding back the magical flood through sheer stubborn force. He clambered up the canyon wall, finding handholds in the rock, and pulled himself to safety on the far bank, leaving the enchanted river raging below him. He arrived at Geirröðr's hall not as a weakened guest, but as an avenging force. The giant, confident in his trap, welcomed Thor into a side chamber to rest. There, in a chair by the fire, Thor found his seat was not a place of rest, but a device of death. The chair began to rise toward the sharp, rafted ceiling, intent on crushing him against the stone. Thor reacted instantly. He thrust Gryðr's staff against the beams above with all his might, and pushed downward with such force that the chair shattered beneath him, and the backs of the two giant daughters who had been hiding beneath it to lift it were broken. Then Geirröðr himself entered, enraged. He seized a red-hot iron bolt from the forge fire with a pair of tongs and hurled it at Thor's heart, but Thor was ready. Snatching the iron gloves Gryðr had given him, he caught the white-hot projectile in mid-air. The giant stared, his confidence turning to ash. Thor, without a moment's hesitation, hurled the bolt back. It passed straight through a great iron pillar, through the body of the giant Geirröðr, and through the very walls of the hall, burying itself deep in the earth outside. The trap had been sprung, but on the wrong target. Once again, Thor emerged victorious, but this victory was shadowed by a deeper chill. It was not won with his own trusted tools, but with borrowed ones, and it was necessitated by the treachery of his closest companion. Each journey into the land of the giants was etching a clearer pattern, a map of alliances breaking and loyalties twisting, all pointing toward a final, inescapable storm. That shard of whetstone in his forehead was a permanent reminder of his vulnerability, but to the people of Midgard, every rumble in the clouds was a sign of his unwavering strength. For the Norse, the natural world was not a collection of random events. It was a living storybook, and Thor's adventures were written across the heavens in sound and light. When dark clouds gathered on the horizon and the first deep booms echoed in the distance, they did not hear mere atmospheric disturbance. They heard the grinding of colossal wooden wheels on a celestial road. That was Thor's chariot, pulled by Tooth Gnasher and Tooth Grinder, racing across the vault of the sky. The vibration in the air, the shaking in the very ground beneath their feet, was the tangible proof of his urgent journey, a god on patrol, rushing to a breach in the world's defenses. The brilliant, jagged forks of lightning that followed were even more specific. That sudden, terrifying flash that lit up the entire landscape for a split second was not an electrical discharge. It was the gleam of Mjolnir in flight. Each strike was Thor hurling his hammer at a giant who had crept too close to the walls of the world, or the impact of the weapon smashing into a mountain of frost and bone. The immediate, deafening crack of thunder that followed the lightning was the sound of the hammer's impact, a divine shockwave rolling out from the point of collision. Sometimes, if the thunder was a long, rolling growl, it might be the sound of the giant himself falling, his colossal body crashing down onto the distant, unseen peaks of Jotunheim. These stories did more than just explain the weather, they transformed it. A terrifying storm which could flood fields, burn homes with lightning, and shake the earth became something profoundly different. It was no longer a mindless, frightening force of nature. It was evidence of a cosmic battle being fought on humanity's behalf. The louder the thunder, the bigger the giant Thor was fighting. The more frequent the lightning, the more desperate the struggle. This personification served a deep psychological purpose. It took the chaotic, unpredictable, and often destructive power of nature and gave it a face, a name, and most importantly, a benevolent intention. The god behind the storm was not capricious or cruel. He was a protector. The violence in the sky was not an attack on humanity, but a defense of it. So, when a family huddled inside their longhouse as a summer gale raged outside, they were not simply waiting out bad weather. They were witnesses to a divine drama. The children might be frightened by the noise, but a parent could point to the sky and say, "Do not be afraid. That is Thor. He is fighting for us." The storm became a narrative of safety, a reminder that a greater power was engaged in a perpetual war to keep the crushing frost and the howling void at bay. This connection made Thor the most relatable of the Norse gods. Odin was distant, a seeker of wisdom and magic. Freyja was powerful, but associated with more mysterious realms of love and fate. Thor was immediate. His presence was felt in the rain that nourished the crops, and his struggles were seen in the storms that tested them. He was the embodiment of a fundamental hope that the universe, for all its terrifying power, was not indifferent. The chaos was real, but so was the defender, and as long as the thunder rolled, they knew he was still on the wall, hammer in hand, holding the line against the endless night. The thunder god's protection was not an abstract concept, but a daily reality for the people of the Viking Age. In the grand hierarchy of Asgard, each deity had a domain. Odin, the All-Father, was a god of kings, poets, and the dead, a distant figure who sought wisdom at terrible cost and gathered slain warriors to his hall. Freyja presided over love, fertility, and the mysteries of fate, but Thor was the god of everyone else. His domain was the solid ground beneath their feet, the roof over their heads, and the safety of their families. While Odin chose heroes, Thor defended homes. This made him uniquely, powerfully connected to Midgard, the world of humanity. He did not watch from a distant throne. He stood on the wall, his hammer aimed at the very forces that would erase human life from the world. For a farmer tilling rocky soil, the most immediate divine power was not the ruler of Valhalla, but the one who kept the frost giants at bay so the crops could grow. For a sailor setting out on the treacherous North Sea, the most important prayer was not for poetic inspiration, but for calm seas and a safe return, blessings under Thor's purview as the master of weather. His strength was a communal shield, and people felt that intimately. The archaeological record speaks louder than any saga. Across Scandinavia and the lands touched by Norse travelers, the most common personal amulet found is not a spear of Odin or a necklace of Freyja. It is the hammer of Thor. These small pendants worn around the neck were more than jewelry. They were a direct invocation of divine protection, a portable piece of the god's power meant to guard the wearer from all harm, from illness to misfortune to the unseen malice of spirits. In a time of constant uncertainty, people reached for the symbol of the steadfast defender. His name was woven into the very landscape, with countless places named for him, and into daily language, with personal names like Thorkel or Thorstein declaring a family's allegiance. He was not a god to be feared, but a god to be relied upon. In a universe filled with capricious magic and distant, inscrutable powers, Thor represented something profoundly comforting, a simple and monumental promise: the strong will protect the weak, and the hammer will always fall against the encroaching dark. This deep popular devotion hints at a universal human longing, the need for a guardian whose strength is unwavering and whose purpose is clear. Yet even the most steadfast guardian must one day face a battle from which there is no return. But within his own hall, Thor's strength was not the only treasure. His wife Sif possessed a beauty that was the talk of all the realms, for her hair was not the color of straw or gold thread, but of living, ripened wheat. It cascaded down her back like a field ready for harvest, a shimmering symbol of fertility and abundance that seemed to hold sunlight within it. This hair was more than mere adornment. It was a testament to the life-giving power she represented, a perfect counterpart to Thor's stormy, protective might. Their marriage was a union of earth and sky, of growth and defense, a foundation of stability in the often tumultuous world of the gods. One day, however, that foundation was shaken by an act of pure, malicious mischief. The trickster Loki, in one of his restless, envious moods, crept into Sif's chamber as she slept. Perhaps he was bored, perhaps he sought to unsettle the mighty Thor, or perhaps he simply could not stand the sight of something so perfectly, peacefully beautiful. With a sharp blade and a silent laugh, he sheared off every glorious strand, leaving her head bare and shamed. When Sif awoke and discovered the theft, her despair was a silent, profound wound. And when Thor learned of it, his rage was a storm contained within the walls of Asgard. He found Loki, and his grip on the trickster's shoulder promised bone-shattering violence. Loki, faced with the immediate and tangible threat of Thor's wrath, did what he did best. He promised a solution. He swore on his life that he would not only replace the hair, but replace it with hair even more magnificent than before. To do this, he would have to go to the only craftsmen capable of such magic, the dwarves. Loki traveled deep into the dark, echoing caverns of Svartalfheim, the realm of the dwarves. He sought out the sons of the famed craftsman Ivaldi, and with silver words and desperate promises, he commissioned them to create new hair for Sif, hair that would grow from her scalp as if it were her own. Seeing an opportunity, he also asked for 2 other gifts to appease the other gods he had likely angered: a spear of unmatched perfection and a ship that could fold into a pocket. The dwarves of Ivaldi's clan set to work, their forges glowing with otherworldly light. From their anvils came 3 masterpieces. First, the hair for Sif, strands of the finest gold, woven with such subtle magic that when placed upon her head, they became living, growing gold, more radiant than ever. Second, they forged Gungnir, a spear for Odin. This was no ordinary weapon. It was a symbol of sacred authority and unbreakable oaths, a spear that would never miss its mark once thrown. In third, they built Skidbladnir, a ship for the god Freyr. This vessel was a marvel of enchantment, large enough to carry all the gods and their steeds, yet it could be folded up like a cloth and carried in a pouch, and whenever its sails were raised, a favorable wind would always fill them, no matter the direction. Loki, pleased with his diplomatic success, began his journey back to Asgard, but his pride, as always, was his downfall. He happened upon another set of dwarf brothers, Brokkr and Eitri, and he could not resist boasting about the incomparable treasures he carried. He goaded them, claiming they could never match the skill of Ivaldi's sons. Insulted, Brokkr wagered his own head that he and his brother could create 3 items even greater. Loki, arrogant and sure of his victory, agreed, staking his own head as well. What followed was the creation of the most iconic treasures of the Norse gods, including Thor's own hammer, born from a bet that started with a cruel joke against his wife. So this story of Sif's shorn hair is far more than a domestic tale. It is the catalyst that set in motion the forging of the gods' greatest symbols of power. From an act meant to humiliate, the dwarves crafted objects that would define divine rule, travel, and ultimately, the defense of the cosmos itself. Thor's family was not separate from the fate of Asgard. It was the very spark that lit the forges. The bond between a god and his animals is a sacred pact of survival. For Thor, his chariot is not merely a vehicle. It is a mobile home and a traveling feast, all thanks to his 2 magical goats, Tengrisnir and Tengjoster. Their names, Toothnasher and Toothgrinder, perfectly capture their essence, creatures of relentless power and a certain irritable disposition, as anyone who has heard the grinding roar of a thunderstorm might imagine. These are not gentle steeds, but hardy, formidable beasts whose strength is equal to the task of hauling the god of thunder and his heavy chariot across the vault of the sky, their hooves striking sparks from the clouds to create the flashes we see as sheet lightning. Yet their magic goes far beyond mere strength. It reveals a profound and practical aspect of Thor's nature, one tied directly to the harsh realities of travel in the ancient world. On long journeys across the vast, empty spaces between the realms, provisions could run thin. A lesser god might go hungry, but Thor carried his sustenance with him, hitched to his chariot. When night fell and a campsite was found, Thor would perform a grim but necessary ritual. He would slaughter his own goats. With careful hands, he would butcher them, cook their meat over a fire, and share a hearty meal with his companions, whether that was Loki, his human servants, or any fellow travelers. This act, shocking as it sounds, was not one of cruelty, but of profound cyclical magic. After the feast, Thor would gather every single bone from the remains. Not one could be missing or broken. He would lay them out neatly upon the goatskins, arranging them with a solemn respect. Then, as the first light of dawn touched the horizon, he would raise his hammer Mjolnir and hallow the bones with its power. The magic would flow, sinew and muscle weaving back over bone, flesh reforming, until Tengrisnir and Tengjoster stood whole once more, shaking themselves off and bleeding with their customary grumpiness, ready to pull the chariot another day. This cycle of death and rebirth is a powerful metaphor made literal. It shows Thor not just as a destroyer, but as a sustainer. His power provides nourishment and ensures continuity of the journey. It speaks to a world where nothing is wasted, where life emerges again and again from what seems like an end, so long as the sacred structure, the unbroken bones, remains intact. This ritual ties him to the very concept of resilience and safe passage. To travel with Thor was to be guaranteed a meal and a way forward, a god who could literally resurrect his transportation. It underscores a fundamental truth about his role. He was the protector of the journey itself, ensuring that those under his care and the means of their progress could endure any hardship and be made whole again. This intimate, practical magic makes him feel closer to the human experience than any other Aesir god. He deals with hunger, with the weariness of travel, and solves it not with distant divine decree, but with a hands-on tangible enchantment that turns sacrifice into renewal. This deep personal connection translated into tangible acts of devotion. For the people of the Viking Age, Thor was not a distant myth. He was a daily presence invoked through ritual, symbol, and even the calendar itself. Every week they lived within a rhythm that honored him, for the fifth day was Thor's day, a direct linguistic link that endures in our modern Thursday. This was more than a name, it was a weekly reminder of his protective oversight, a day potentially favored for undertakings that required his strength and blessing. Within the home, his influence was felt in moments of both solemn ceremony and communal celebration. Before a marriage, it was Thor's hammer, or a symbol of it, that was often used to hallow the union, laid in the bride's lap to invoke the god's power to protect the new family and sanctify their bond, echoing his own mythic recovery of Mjolnir. At gatherings, toasts were drunk to Thor, calls for his favor and his might to shield the community from harm. These were not empty gestures, they were active threads connecting the human world to the divine, weaving his strength into the fabric of their social and spiritual lives. The most powerful evidence of his worship, however, lies not in stories but in the soil. Archaeologists have unearthed thousands of small amulets across the Norse world, from Scandinavia to the British Isles and beyond. These are the hammer pendants, meticulously crafted in silver, iron, and bronze. They are not uniform, some are simple and functional, others are intricately decorated, but their message is universal. People wore them for protection, a physical piece of the god's power hanging against their chests to ward off illness, misfortune, and malevolent spirits. We have even found soapstone molds used to cast these pendants, proving they were produced in quantity, a staple of spiritual life as common as a knife or a cooking pot. Their prevalence is a silent testament to his overwhelming popularity, far outstripping symbols of Odin or Freyja in the archaeological record. This was the god of the common person, the farmer, the trader, the settler forging a life in a dangerous and unpredictable world. To call upon Thor was to seek a specific kind of security. When raising the high seat pillars of a new home, a family might carve his name or symbol, asking him to guard the threshold against all that lurked in the wild. Before a long sea voyage, a captain might make an offering, pleading for calm seas and safe passage, trusting in the God who controlled the storms. A blacksmith might whisper a prayer to him over the forge, linking his craft to the divine strikes of Mjolnir. In every case, the appeal was to a strength that was reliable, immediate, and fundamentally aligned with human survival. He was the divine craftsman of safety, and his hammer was the tool with which he shaped a space for life to flourish amidst the chaos. This widespread, heartfelt devotion paints a clear picture. In a cosmos of mysterious fates and distant rulers, people placed their trust in the defender who stood on the wall, his shadow falling across their homes as a promise. Yet this profound trust would one day face its ultimate test, a final battle where the wall itself would crumble and the hammer would fall for the last time. The Thunder God and the All-Father walked two very different roads to power. Where Thor's path was straight and paved with the stone of direct action, Odin's was a winding, shadowed trail into the depths of the unknown. This father and son represent the two fundamental pillars of Norse thought, the unbreakable shield and the all-seeing eye. Thor's strength is external, a force of nature you can see and hear. When a giant threatens the wall, Thor does not ponder the prophecy of its birth or seek a riddle to undo it. He picks up his hammer and meets the threat head-on, his solution as clear and decisive as the crack of lightning. He is the ideal of the honorable warrior whose word is solid, whose loyalty is unwavering, and whose purpose is pure protection. His power is immediate, tangible, and utterly reliable. You always know where you stand with Thor because he will be standing right beside you, between you and the danger. Odin's power, in stark contrast, is internal, woven from secrets and steeped in sacrifice. He is the god of kings and poets, of the hanged and the mad. While Thor defends the walls of Asgard, Odin is often absent, wandering the worlds in disguise, seeking the hidden threads of fate. His pursuit of wisdom is relentless and comes at a terrible personal cost. He gave one of his own eyes to drink from the well of Mimir, gaining cosmic knowledge. He hung himself from the branches of Yggdrasil, the world tree, for 9 nights, pierced by his own spear, to win the secrets of the runes. Where Thor uses his strength to smash problems, Odin uses his cunning to understand them, to manipulate them, or to see beyond them entirely. He is the ruler who must sometimes make ruthless choices for a greater, unseen good, the strategist who plays a long game spanning centuries. This duality shows the Norse understanding of what it takes to survive in a hostile cosmos. You need both kinds of power. You need Thor's steadfast courage, the brute force integrity that holds the line against chaos. But you also need Odin's foresight and guile, the ability to navigate the murky waters of fate, to make alliances with unlikely beings, and to sacrifice in the present for a chance at a future. One is the muscle, the other is the mind. One is the public face of divine protection that common people could understand and love. The other is the mysterious, sometimes frightening architect of that protection's grand design. They were not rivals, but complementary forces. Thor's hammer kept the giants from the gate today, while Odin's schemes tried to ensure there would still be a gate to defend tomorrow. Both were essential, two sides of the same coin minted in the forge of a dangerous universe, reminding us that true leadership requires both the heart to stand firm and the wisdom to see what lies beyond the horizon. Yet even the most steadfast guardian cannot hold back the turning of the world's final page. The Norse myths carry within them a deep and chilling prophecy, a knowledge that the gods themselves cannot escape, called Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. This is not a simple end, but a cataclysmic unraveling of all things, a series of events so terrible they are foretold in every whisper of the wind and every crack in the ice. It begins with a moral decay, a breaking of sacred bonds where brother will turn against brother, and the very fabric of society will fray into violence and despair. Then comes the winter, not a normal winter, but Fimbulwinter, the great winter, 3 years of unbroken, merciless cold. The sun grows weak and pale, the summers fail entirely, and snow drives in from every direction, burying the world in a shroud of silence and starvation. In this endless freeze, ancient hatreds are freed. The great wolf Fenrir, son of Loki, breaks the magical bonds that have long restrained him. The Midgard serpent churns in the ocean depths, causing tidal waves to swallow the coasts. And from the realm of the dead, a ship made from the untrimmed nails of the dead sets sail, steered by Loki himself, now a captain of chaos, bringing an army of giants to the final plain. That plain is called Vigrid, a field 100 leagues wide, and it is there that the gods, knowing their fate, choose to make their last stand. They arm themselves not with hope of victory, but with the solemn dignity of meeting a destiny they have seen coming for ages. And in this prophecy, Thor's role is not just central, it is meticulously, heartbreakingly detailed. The sagas foretell his march to Vigrid with a clarity that feels less like a story and more like a memory of the future. He will stride onto that field, his red beard bristling, his eyes alight with the storm of his entire life's purpose. He will not be fighting random giants or petty foes. His gaze will lock onto one being, the source of the world's encircling dread, Jörmungandr, the Midgard serpent. Their confrontation is the climax of a feud that began on a fishing boat, a grudge that has simmered in the deep for centuries. This is the battle he was born for, the one that will define his legacy not as a protector of the present, but as a defender of whatever comes after the end of all things. The stage is set, the players are moving into position, and the long winter has begun. The sky over Vigrid is the color of a bruise, and the air tastes of iron and salt. Thor walks onto that final plain not as a god entering a war, but as a force of nature returning to its source. The ground trembles with each step, not from fear, but from the sheer, focused weight of his purpose. Across the churned earth, rising from the receding waters of a drowned world, is the beast he has waited a lifetime to meet. Jörmungandr, the Midgard serpent, uncoils its final loop from around the earth. Its scales are mountains of slick, dark stone, and its eyes are pits of ancient, intelligent hate. This is the rematch written in the stars, the culmination of the fishing trip where their fates first hooked together. There are no tricks here, no disguises, no clever words from Loki. This is the purest form of conflict, the defender against the encircling chaos, the hammer against the world ender. Thor does not hesitate, he does not roar a challenge, he simply moves, a streak of red beard and storm-gray armor against the darkened sky. He raises Mjolnir, and for the last time, the heavens crack open with its light. The serpent meets his charge, its maw opening wide enough to swallow the sun, venom spraying in great corrosive arcs that sizzle on the ground and eat through stone. The first clash is a sound beyond thunder, a fundamental tearing of the world's fabric. Thor swings his hammer, not at the body, but upward, deflecting the strike of fangs like glacial spears. Jörmungandr's tail whips around, attempting to crush or entangle, but Thor is too close, driving forward into the danger. He fights not with the rage of Utgard or the frustration of the river, but with a cold, terrible clarity. Every ounce of strength gifted by the earth, every moment of protection over Midgard, every hallowing blessing ever spoken over his hammer is focused into this one apocalyptic task. The battle shakes the roots of Yggdrasil itself. Stars flicker out from the concussion of their blows. With a surge of power that seems to draw light from the dying sun, Thor finds his opening. As the serpent rears back to strike again, exposing the scaled underside of its head, Thor plants his feet, braces with the belt Mythology, and with a cry that is part roar, part sigh, he unleashes the final, destined strike of Mjolnir. The hammer flies true, a comet of divine will, and connects. The impact is not a crack, but a deep, resonant crunch that vibrates through every realm. The serpent's skull yields, and the great head with its star-pit eyes is crushed. Jörmungandr convulses, a seismic spasm that levels what remains of the mountains, and then it falls, a continent of a creature collapsing into final stillness. Thor stands over his lifelong enemy, his breath ragged in the sulphurous air. He has done it. He has fulfilled the core of his cosmic purpose, destroying the great enemy that threatened to strangle all of creation. The victory is absolute, and it is utterly, profoundly lonely. For as the serpent's poison mists the air around the fallen giant, Thor staggers back. The venom sprayed in those final moments now rises in a toxic cloud. He takes 9 steps, the legendary 9 steps of destiny, away from the corpse. Then the god of thunder, the unbreakable shield, the protector of 2 worlds, stumbles and falls. Mjolnir drops from his grasp, its work finally, completely done. Thor's last act is not one of violence, but of closure, a circle completed with the very enemy he was born to fight. On the field of the world's ending, he secured a legacy not of survival, but of meaning. proving that some battles are worth fighting even when you know you will not walk away. The hammer falls silent in the mud of Vigrid. Thor takes 9 steps, a final faltering retreat from the colossal corpse of his enemy, and then his own legs betray him. The great protector who stood unyielding against 1,000 giants sinks to one knee, then collapses onto the ravaged earth. The serpent's venom, a mist of ancient world-ending poison, has done its work. His skin, once the color of storm-lit sky, turns a sickly gray. His fiery beard is matted with the grime of the final battle. His eyes, which so often flashed with righteous lightning, dim and close. Mjolnir lies just beyond his outstretched fingers, a tool of creation and defense that has finally completed its last, most terrible task. In this stillness, the profound cost of his victory becomes achingly clear. Thor did not fail. He succeeded perfectly, fulfilling the very destiny he was born for, and that success required the ultimate price. This is the heart of the Norse worldview, a stark and beautiful honesty that refuses to look away from the hard truths of existence. Even the gods are not immortal in the way we might wish. They can be wounded, as the shard of whetstone in Thor's forehead proved. They can be deceived, as his journey to Asgard revealed. And they can die. Their power is vast, but it exists within a framework of inevitable cycles, of entropy and renewal. Thor's end is not a meaningless tragedy, it is a meaningful sacrifice. He traded his life not for a temporary peace, but to remove a fundamental threat to the very architecture of reality. His death ensures that the serpent will not outlive the world it sought to crush, that the chaos is contained within the same twilight that claims the order. It is a final, monumental act of protection, sealing the battle with his own life. This acceptance of fate, this willingness to walk knowingly into the darkness for the sake of what you defend, is perhaps Thor's greatest lesson. It transforms him from a simple figure of strength into a deeply heroic one. He faced the doom he had foreseen, and he did not flinch. He marched to Vigrid, not in blind hope, but in clear-eyed duty, to meet the end he had always known was coming. So his fall is not a defeat. It is the completion of a promise made when he first lifted his hammer, a vow to stand between the worlds and the storm, no matter where that path ultimately led. But from the silence after the twilight, a new dawn is born. The waters that swallowed the old world slowly recede, revealing a land fresh and green, untouched by sorrow or strife. This reborn earth rises from the sea, more beautiful and fertile than before, its soil soft and ready for new seeds, and walking upon this pristine shore are survivors. Among the gods who outlived the final battle are Thor's own sons, Magni and Modi, whose names mean mighty and wrath. They inherit more than just their father's fiery spirit, they inherit his sacred duty. In the green light of the new sun, they find Mjolnir resting where it fell, and they lift it together. The hammer, still humming with the memory of thunder, recognizes the blood of its master. It is not a relic of a dead past, but a tool for a living future. These young gods, tempered by the end of all things, will not repeat the old wars. Their strength will be used to build, to protect, and to hallow this second chance for existence. They are joined by a handful of other survivors, like the gentle god Balder, returned from the land of the dead, and 2 human beings who hid deep within the wood of Yggdrasil itself. From this small, resilient remnant, life will begin again. The legacy of the Thunder God was never just about holding back the dark. It was about ensuring that something good remained after the dark had passed. His strength was a seed planted in the heart of chaos, and from it grows this new world. So when you hear a distant rumble on a clear day, it might not be a storm approaching, but an echo of that promise, a reminder that even after the most final of endings, protection and courage can echo through time, carried forward by the next set of hands worthy of the hammer. These stories of thunder and giants did not simply drift down from the clouds. They were captured, preserved, and passed to us through 2 remarkable books, the twin pillars of Norse mythology, known as the Poetic Edda and the Prose Edda. Think of them as a family archive, one a box of ancient fragmented poems, the other a grand-uncle's attempt to write it all down in a single, coherent volume. The Poetic Edda is the older, more mysterious source. It is a collection of poems, some dating back perhaps 1,000 years or more, compiled by an unknown hand in medieval Iceland. These verses are not straightforward narratives. They are often cryptic, elusive, and rich with a deep, archaic power. Within this collection, we find Thor in his raw, poetic form. The Heimskvida gives us the epic fishing trip, the world serpent rising from the frothing sea. The Trimskvida delivers the hilarious and tense drama of Thor dressing as a bride to reclaim his hammer. Another poem, the Alvasmal, details his clever outwitting of the all-wise dwarf through a marathon of questions. These poems are our most direct line to the ancient voice of the myths, where Thor's rage and might are described in kennings, those beautiful, riddling metaphors, calling his hammer the crusher of giants or the skull splitter. But these old poems were becoming difficult to understand, even for Icelanders a few centuries later. Enter Snorri Sturluson, a scholar, poet, and chieftain living in 13th century Iceland. Snorri saw this rich tradition fading and took it upon himself to write a guidebook, a manual for aspiring poets on how to use the old mythological references. This book is the Prose Edda. Snorri did not just collect poems, he wove the fragments into a continuous, sweeping narrative, from the creation of the world out of the primordial void to its fiery end at Ragnarok. It is in Snorri's clear, engaging prose that we get the full arc of Thor's life, his journeys to Utgard, his duel with Hrungnir, and his final battle with the Midgard serpent. We owe him an immense debt, for without his work, countless details and stories would have been lost forever. Yet we must read Snorri with a careful eye. He was a Christian man writing about pagan gods, and his perspective inevitably colors the tales. Sometimes he frames the Aesir not as gods, but as clever, charismatic human chieftains from Troy who tricked people into worshipping them. He often rationalizes the magic, presenting it as advanced skill or illusion. This was likely a way to preserve the stories without offending the new Christian orthodoxy, a brilliant act of cultural salvage. So when we hear of Thor's adventures, we are hearing a double echo, the ancient thunderous voice from the poetic Edda, filtered and given shape by Snorri's scholarly 13th century mind. Together, these two sources form the window through which we view this lost world, a window that shows us not just a god of thunder, but a reflection of the people who needed him, who saw their struggles against a harsh and beautiful world mirrored in his endless war against the frost. That profound trust in the thunder god was not just felt, it was worn against the skin. Across the Viking world, from the rocky fjords of Norway to the bustling trade towns of Denmark, from the windswept shores of Iceland to the distant settlements in England and Russia, archaeologists have unearthed a silent chorus of devotion. They are small, often unassuming objects, hammer pendants carved from amber, cast in silver, or forged in iron. These Mjolnir amulets are the most common personal religious artifact found from the Norse era, outnumbering symbols of any other deity. Each one is a physical prayer, a piece of portable power meant to invoke Thor's protection for the wearer in a dangerous and uncertain world. A farmer tilling a new field might have one dangling from his neck, asking for the god's blessing on the harvest. A trader setting sail on a long voyage would clasp it tight, hoping for calm seas and safe passage from the master of storms. A mother might place one in a child's cradle, a tangible plea for the defender's strength to guard the most vulnerable. These hammers were not declarations of faith to an institution, but intimate contracts with a divine guardian, a direct line to the strength that held back the giants. One remarkable discovery, a soapstone mold found in Denmark, tells an even deeper story. This single mold, carved by a craftsman's hand centuries ago, holds two distinct shapes side by side in the stone. On one side, the cavity forms a Christian cross. On the other, it forms Thor's hammer. This is not merely a tool of efficiency. It is a snapshot of a profound cultural moment, a silent dialogue etched in rock. The person who used this mold, likely a jeweler supplying a diverse community, understood that belief was not always a matter of absolute choice, but often one of layered identity and practical need. In a time of shifting spiritual landscapes, some may have worn both symbols, hedging their bets in a cosmos full of unseen powers. For others, the choice between the cross and the hammer was a deeply personal declaration, a line drawn between the new god of the book and the old god of the storm. This mold whispers of coexistence, conflict, and the slow, complex transformation of a world where the familiar rumble of Thor's chariot was beginning to compete with the ringing of church bells. These small artifacts, from the simplest iron hammer to the dual-purpose mold, prove something the grand myths only imply. Thor was fundamentally a god of the people. His power was not locked away in temple vaults or reserved for kings and warriors alone. It was democratized, made accessible to every farmer, sailor, and parent who needed a shield against life's chaos. The hammer amulet was a universal tool for hallowing daily life, for turning a house into a home under his protection, and for carrying a fragment of the world's defender wherever one went. In the end, the sheer number of these pendants speaks louder than any saga. They tell us that when people faced the darkness, the unknown, or the journey ahead, the symbol they most often reached for was not a spear of distant wisdom or a necklace of fate, but a simple hammer, a reminder that strength, steadfast and reliable, stood between them and the encroaching frost. The echo of Thor's hammer did not fade with the last pagan temple. Long after the kings converted and the priests spoke of a new god, the people of the north still heard the old thunder in their hills. The mighty Aesir of the sagas did not vanish. He simply stepped down from his cosmic throne and walked into the woods and fields of local legend. In the centuries following the Viking Age, Thor evolved from a national deity into a folkloric giant, a supernatural explanation for the rumble in the clouds and the strange shapes of the land. His name became a story told by the hearth, a way to explain the unexplainable in a world still full of mystery. When a sudden summer storm would darken the sky over a Norwegian farmstead, parents no longer spoke of a battle with frost giants. Instead, they might say it was Thor the giant, riding his great wagon across the heavens. The roar was the grinding of its wheels, and the lightning was the spark struck from the iron shoes of his goats or horses. In some regions, the story shifted further. The thunder became the sound of Thor bowling, rolling gigantic stones across the floor of the sky. This was a god stripped of his theological context, but not of his essential power. He remained the being who made the noise above, now translated into the familiar terms of rural life. His presence is literally carved into the landscape of Scandinavia. Countless places bear his name, acting as permanent markers of his enduring legend. You can find Thor's Rock, Thor's Lake, Thor's Meadow, and Thor's Pass scattered across Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. These are not random names, each is often tied to a local tale. A peculiarly split boulder in a field might be explained as the very stone that shattered when Thor struck the giant Hrungnir, with the smaller fragments scattered nearby. A deep, round depression in bedrock could be where Thor knelt in prayer, or where Mjolnir landed with such force it left a permanent impression. A narrow fjord with sheer cliffs might be the trench carved by the Midgard serpent as it fled Thor's hook, its thrashing body shaping the land itself. These stories are a form of folk memory, a way for people to connect their immediate, tangible world to the epic scale of mythology. They transform a random geological feature into a site of sacred history, a place where the divine once touched the earth. It roots the global saga of the Eddas in the local soil, making Thor a neighbor whose exploits shaped the very view from your window. This evolution from god to folklore spirit is a testament to the deep need he fulfilled. Formal worship required temples and priests, but belief could live on in stories, superstitions, and names. Thor survived because his function remained relevant. People still needed to explain the terrifying power of thunderstorms. They still looked at odd rock formations and wondered how they came to be. The old god provided answers that were immediate, visceral, and connected to the natural world in a way that distant theological doctrines sometimes were not. He became a figure of the good old days, a being of immense strength who was generally on the side of humans, battling trolls and other nasty creatures of the wild. In this form, he was often blurred with other legendary figures, like the helpful giant or the king under the mountain, but his core identity as a mighty storm-related protector remained intact. His journey from the defender of Asgard to the explanation for a noisy sky shows how myths are not static, but living things. They bend and adapt, sinking from the realm of official religion into the rich humus of folk tradition, where they can live for centuries, sustained not by ritual, but by the simple, powerful act of telling a story about why the world looks and sounds the way it does. The hammer was gone, but the echo never truly died. That ancient echo of thunder found a new sky in the pages of comic books. In the middle of the 20th century, as the old folk tales receded, a different kind of storyteller brought the god of thunder roaring back to life, this time with a secret identity and a home in New York City. Marvel Comics, under the visionary guidance of Stan Lee, Larry Lieber, and artist Jack Kirby, reimagined Thor for a modern age. They kept the core elements, the mighty hammer Mjolnir, the command of lightning, the battles against frost giants. But they crafted a new mythology around him, one that spoke to the anxieties and ideals of a new world. This modern Thor was not just a god visiting from Asgard, he was Dr. Donald Blake, a frail human physician who discovered a gnarled cane in a Norwegian cave. Striking that cane against a rock, he transformed into the mighty Thor. His mortal shell a lesson in humility his mythological counterpart never needed to learn. Visually, the change was striking. The mythological Thor, described with fiery red hair and beard, became a blonde-haired, clean-shaven paragon of heroic beauty, his design evoking classical sculptures and Shakespearean royalty more than the rugged, elemental giant slayer of the sagas. This Thor's struggles were often internal, a battle between the arrogance of a god and the compassion of a man, a theme that wove Norse grandeur with very human drama. This comic book incarnation laid the foundation for a cultural phenomenon that would eclipse even its own success. The Marvel Cinematic Universe launched Thor onto the global stage, introducing the character to audiences who may have never heard of Snorri Sturluson or the Poetic Edda. Actor Chris Hemsworth embodied this new archetype, blending immense physical presence with a charismatic, often humorous charm. The films took creative liberties, turning Asgard into a gleaming, technologically advanced alien civilization and framing the conflicts as galactic family dramas. Loki, ever the trickster, was transformed from a chaotic, often malicious force into a complex, sympathetic antagonist, a wounded brother vying for his father's approval. These changes streamlined the ancient, sometimes contradictory myths into a coherent and emotionally resonant narrative for a mass audience. The core of the character, however, remained intact: his unwavering sense of duty, his protective instinct, and his world-shaking power. The Marvel version is, in essence, a refraction of the original, filtered through a lens of contemporary heroism. Where the mythic Thor was quick to anger and straightforward in his solutions, the modern Thor often grapples with doubt, learns humility, and seeks to be worthy, not just strong. The impact of this pop culture resurrection cannot be overstated. For millions around the world, their first and often only encounter with Norse mythology comes through a Marvel movie or comic. This is a double-edged sword. On one hand, it has sparked a phenomenal resurgence of interest in the original source material. Bookstores saw sales of translations of the Edda's Climb, museums featured Viking exhibits, and names like Odin, Loki, and Valkyrie entered the common lexicon. It provided a gateway, a point of entry that made these ancient stories feel vibrant and exciting again. On the other hand, the adaptations inevitably reshape the myths in the public imagination. The mythological Thor, a being who resurrects his goats for supper and outwits dwarves with the rising sun, is a more complex, earthier, and occasionally more brutal figure than his noble Hollywood counterpart. The cosmic scale of Ragnarok, a true twilight of the gods, differs from its cinematic namesake, which became a vibrant, humorous film about rebellion and survival. Yet this is the nature of mythology. It has always been a living tradition, adapting to the needs and sensibilities of each new generation that tells it. The Marvel Thor is not a replacement for the old stories, but a new branch on Yggdrasil, proving that the archetype of the protector who wields the storm still holds immense power. It asks us a compelling question: what does a god of thunder look like in an age of superheroes? The answer, it seems, is one who can still make the whole world listen. At the heart of Thor's timeless appeal is a promise as old as humanity itself: the strong will protect the weak. His character is not built on subtle philosophies, but on foundational, universal themes that speak directly to our deepest instincts. He embodies the primal struggle against chaos, a fight that every person understands, whether that chaos is a literal storm, a personal crisis, or the uncertainty of a dangerous world. In Thor, we see our own desire for order and safety given divine form, a cosmic custodian who stands between the hearth fire and the howling dark. This makes his role as protector of home and community profoundly resonant. He does not defend an abstract ideal, but the very tangible worlds of Asgard and Midgard, places of family, friendship, and civilization. His battles are fought so that others may live in peace, a selfless duty that transforms his immense power into a tool of service. This strength, however, is never presented as mindless or tyrannical. It is raw power tempered by a clear, unwavering sense of duty. He is not a bully seeking conquest, he is a guardian accepting a burden. This crucial distinction elevates him from a simple strongman to a true hero. His personality completes the picture, making him relatable and oddly human. He is quick to anger, yes, but also fiercely loyal. He can be brash and gullible, tricked by illusions and deceived by silver-tongued companions. He feels hunger, exhaustion, and frustration. These flaws do not diminish him, they ground him. We see ourselves in his moments of impatience and his stubborn perseverance. The narratives built around him are masterfully simple yet epic. A giant steals the hammer, and the god must get it back. A serpent threatens the world, and the god must face it. These are clear, powerful stories of good versus elemental evil, with stakes that anyone can grasp. There are no murky moral ambiguities here, only the essential conflict between creation and destruction, between the wall and what seeks to tear it down. This clarity allows the stories to transcend their specific Norse origins, resonating across cultures and centuries because they tap into a fundamental human longing for a protector, for a force that says no to the encroaching night. Thor endures because he answers a timeless question: who will stand up when the monsters come? In his story, the answer is always the same, the one with the strength to do so and the heart to use it for others. That journey from ancient verses to modern screens reveals a remarkable truth. Thor's essence, the core of his being, has remained astonishingly consistent across 1,000 years of storytelling. He is and always has been the steadfast defender. In the Eddas, his hammer guarded the walls of the world. In the folklore of the hills, his wagon explained the summer storm. On the comic book page and the cinema screen, he still stands between humanity and cosmic threats. The settings change, the details adapt, but the fundamental promise does not waver. He represents the primal, universal hope that strength exists not to dominate, but to protect, that when chaos rises, someone with the power to stop it will choose to stand in its way. This is why his story echoes so deeply, why a farmer in 10th century Norway and a moviegoer in the 21st century can both find something to recognize in the God of Thunder. His narrative is not about perfection, but about purpose. It is about using whatever power you have, whether it is the might of Mjolnir or the courage of a mortal heart, to guard what you hold dear. So the next time you feel a low rumble in the distance, on a cloudy afternoon or in the quiet of a deep night, you might think of it differently. That sound is not a threat, but an echo. An echo of a promise made long ago, a reminder that in the great stories we tell ourselves, the protector is always on duty, watching over the realms of order, of dreams, and of peaceful sleep. We have walked through his entire saga tonight, from his birth among the gods to his fateful final stand. I would love to hear which part of Thor's legend resonated most with you. Was it the cleverness of the bridal disguise, the epic scale of the fishing trip, or the solemn duty of Ragnarok? Share your favorite myth or thought in the comments below. For now, let that distant rumble be a lullaby, a deep and steady rhythm that tells you all is well guarded. Rest easy wherever you are. The thunder is just a reminder that the story and the protection it offers endures.
you.